Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we're going to play some Valheim. Going to continue working on the base, which first means we have to get the damn locks out of the way. Which means I need to finally decide where we're going to put them. Also, here we are in the new living quarters, which is very high in the air. Today is hurting, sort of. We're definitely going to be moving some locks somewhere. Just not sure where yet. Part of me still wants them over here by the farms. The closer to the farms, the better. We can't have them on this side of the base because those bastards are too close. So that's just not happening. I think the first thing we need to do is just decide where we're going to put them. There's no room over here by the water. And also, I kind of want to leave this side alone because I like the way it looks. And I don't really want to put a wall over here either. And similarly, I don't want to mess this island up. I might put some... However you want to call them. I might put some workbenches on this island to prevent skeeter spawns and stuff out here. But... otherwise... I don't want to put tall structures out this way, like fences. Any efforts at walling the area will probably start from this rock and run that way, leaving everything out here alone. That would be the plan anyway. Also, I just might not wall this area. Now that we've pushed spawns back far enough with workbenches, we're not having huge issues with spawning enemies. So that island over there might become the Lox Haven. I would have to drag them across the water, which is not impossible. I do want to cut that back some more too. So what we might do is just build a wall around part of that island. Put some workbenches in there somewhere. And just make that the new locks area. They will stay out of the water naturally on their own, from what I understand. First of all, let's go back to the old base and get some food. Actually, what do I have for food stocks here? I don't think I've started stocking these chests yet. We need to start running these farms. Yeah, we've got a little bit of flour and that's about it. Okay. Let's go ahead and replant these farms. This flax looks more or less where I want it. Which means I'm going to forget that you need flax in your inventory ready to replant. And screw it up. Okay. That'll do. Alright. Now we're going to replant the rest of this. I don't really like that corner bit. I'll worry about it later. Okay. Flax fields have increased. These three gotta go, I think. Well, that was a couple more than I wanted to remove, but there we go, perfect. I think those two can stay, and I'll manually plant 2 in there later. All right. Now, is this more or less where I want it? Yes. Are there any here that I don't want here anymore? Not really. We'll cut this edge off so I can replant it later. Make it nice and straight. Okay. I have a nice huge barley field by the time we're done. Which is, after all, the idea. Okay. That looks about right. Whole field nice and filled. Beautiful. That's a little far out. Let's trim that back just a little tiny bit, and then that piece has got to go as well. There we go. Much better. Ooh, I accidentally planted a bunch over here. Damn it. Well, we'll leave that. It won't hurt anything for now because we're not planting anything in this section of the field just yet. There'll be onions eventually, but let's go repair the hoe and then we'll come back and clean up these carrots and onions and other stuff. Get them planted better. Also, I'm going to put a quick and dirty crafting bench in here somewhere. Just enough so that I can repair tools up here. Alright. Now. These onions are planted more or less where I want them to be. So let's set this to replant onions. Because we need more onions to make more onion seeds. why I thought I had enough. Yeah, okay. Let's just harvest these and replant them elsewhere. Okay. Boom. Just gonna replant several plots here. None of them are going to be actual main onion plots. They're just temporary plantings. Okay. That field's a mess. Now let's set you to replant as carrots. And we'll harvest all of these turnip seeds. And we'll replant this field. My inventory is actually full. Okay. Now, replant his turnips. Unfortunately, this field does have a straight edge, but that straight edge is not aligned to the grid. So we're going to have to go repair our tool again. That's why we have those portals. Boom. There we go. Okay. Not sure why it's letting plant here off the edge, but sure, whatever. Let's go ahead and grab all these carrot seeds and do the same over here. Replant carrots. Boom. This one should be a little easier because it is aligned with the grid. Weird. Why won't it let it plant over there? That's weird. Needs an open sky. Oh, the, okay, that's stupid. The sky is open, game. The sky is perfectly open, it's just that it's overhung a little bit by a bit of stairway. Alright, well, I guess we're not going to be planting anything on this edge, which means we might as well give it a nice looking foundation. Okay. Definitely too small of a field to grow carrots in now. Alright. Have to make some minor modifications to the train height here. Let's go repair our tools. Nope. Just this gotta be lowered very slightly. Okay. Now. That'll work. I think that'll look okay. It's hard to tell in the dark. So, let's go sleep. And we can find out in the morning. be very bad to run off that edge. That's why there's a railing there. Okay, now. Yeah, okay. Get your miserable little mosquito ass back here. There we go. Now. That will have to do. It's definitely not a very large patch, but not sure what I'll plant there permanently. It might just be the carrots because we don't use many carrots anymore. Turnips and onions are much more important. Barley, flax, all that stuff. Matters a lot more. Okay. We've got a good bit of barley on us. We've got a lot of carrot seeds. Go ahead and put the carrot seeds away. The barley field is completely planted, right? I believe so. Fill in a couple gaps here. I think that's all the areas that I cared about that didn't have stuff in them. Yeah, okay, so the barley field's completely planted, which means we'll put barley in there. I'm going to rename this. It is spelled, yes, okay. Barley. There's extra here. They'll be planted once I get around to it, or harvested once I get around to it. Okay, barley's planted. Flax, we still need a ton to fill that field up. Onions, we need a ton to fill that field up. Turnips are almost filled up. And our sad little carrot field over here is as big as it's ever going to get. Alright, back to the old base. Damn it. Okay. I was going to say back to the old base to get some food. So I guess we're going back to the old base to get some food. Just with a slight detour to the new base first. Get away from me. Yeah, there we go. That time he didn't do much damage. Okay. Now, I would like to make some onion soup, but I have hardly any onions left here. That's right, because I took all of them over there to plant. Okay. Well, we hardly have any ingredients at all here, apparently. We don't have many turnips either, so that's not a good stamina solution. We do have carrots, which is more stamina than what we'd otherwise have, so sure, why not? We'll make some carrot soup. Not a very good solution to the problem, but it is a solution to the problem. Oh, I need to go get more beehives too. Later. We'll get more beehives later. Okay. Now. So this is a good opportunity to see what that house looks like from the distance. Last time we looked at it, it was all foggy and we couldn't see shit. Okay, this side looks very square box. I really need to do something about that. We'll probably have to build some decorative bullshit on the outside. Spruce it up a little bit somehow. Not sure how. Like the top part looks cool, but the lower part is a bit like the support structure underneath it here that's bracing it on the rock. That's kind of neat. I like the door down there, but the flat walls, I've got to figure out something to do about them. Also, the square holes of the windows are a little too boring. Need to give them a little sprucing up somehow too. Let's grab some more wood. Okay. So first of all, that window looks weird being larger than the rest of them. Okay. Got some temporary scaffolding here. These details can't be seen from a distance, but I much prefer the way those corners look when they're spruced up like that. Now, we could put like decorative lattice work up the outside. That would look kind of cool. Or we could run dark wood beams at certain important heights. Ooh, okay, here. Let's just remove those corner beams that I just finished placing. We gotta be careful here because if we fall, it's a long ways to the bottom. Okay. That looks nice. Gives a bit of much needed texture to the house. And then if we add a few more decorative beams. Not sure where exactly I want to run them though. Okay, actually. Yeah, that's an idea. Run them from right there. Okay, the problem is it'll need to be done on all sides of the house to make it look right. So I think we're better off not doing cross bracing and just doing vertical beams every so far. No. I mean, I do want that beam there, but it's got to come from all the way from the top, or it's not going to look right. It'll look weird and mismatched. We mustn't have weird and mismatched. Okay, but that does mean this is adding quite a lot of texture to the walls already. Yeah, I really approve of this. That does mean we have to replace all these corner beams, which is going to be non-trivial. We gotta get up top there and put some kind of, probably just a cross beam on there. And the corner beam's gotta be replaced. Okay, we need more wood. Oh. First While it's still clear, let's go back in the distance and check to see how this is actually looking from over there. You can already tell the wall's a lot less flat. It's got a lot more character to it, although it's still not very exciting, that's for sure. We'll have to work on it a little bit more. And this is how the locks don't get moved. Oh well. Wait. We have piles of wood in this chest. We should use some of that up first. Okay. Also, we're running short on tar. How much tar do we use per beam? 1, okay. Still, it wouldn't hurt to grab some more tar. There. Okay. Now. Go. Now, let's lay out some more temporary floors. Annoyingly positioned. Okay. Now. I don't think that sticks up through the roof. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Lovely. We're still going to want to do like cross bracing or something on at least parts of this. Just to break it up a little bit more. God, it's still too regular. Okay. Let's go sleep for the night. Yep. Bad portal. Okay. Now. Take care of that. It's really hard to see from this angle where the actual bottom of the thing is. I think that's the right spot. Yeah, that looks correct. Damn it. Well, we're making a mess below us, that's for sure. No. Okay. Now. That goes there. While I'm thinking about it. Oh, come on. There we go. Beautiful. Now. Now for this side. And we're out of wood again. And I can't grab that bit just below us without going inside and grabbing it from there. And I can't grab it from there either without deleting some walls. Okay, correction. I can't grab it from there without deleting some floors. Alright. Are there any pieces caught up here? Okay. It's starting to come together a little more. There should be a whole bunch of stuff down here that fell when I was making edits to the structure. Alright, we got 30 minutes on the carrots. About the same on the other crops. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely got more texture to it than it did before. It might help if I put like let's go repair the hammer. It might help if we put like this piece on the sides with some kind of lantern or something hanging from it. I don't really have... Not sure if the hanging brazier needs to be fueled or not. I'm hoping or not, because if it needs fueling, then that's going to be very annoying. Needs chains and bronze. Yeah, I don't know if I'd like the way that looks. Especially not for that cost. If it wasn't for the chain, I might consider. Standing torches on some kind of thing would probably be easier. What decorative elements do I have to work with, really? These carved darkwood dividers could be placed on the outside. Give it a bit of texture. But we want to keep their use somewhat limited to increase their, oh, for lack of a better word, impact, I guess. Okay. Okay. That looks nice. I think I placed that just slightly too high though. That's much better. This is all the way around now. Some of these bits got rained on during construction and never got repaired. Okay, now we want horizontal beams. Spaced. You know what? I think I'm gonna put them at the bottoms and tops of every window. Because if I do that, the bottoms of the one window are the tops of the next window. So we can kind of do this sort of thing. I don't know, it might look ugly. But we'll see what it looks like once I get some more wood. Stairs are starting to get all weathered. That's fine. Used up a lot of that tar. We might have to go find another tar pit soon just for the decorative beams. And we're going to need a bunch of tar to roof the smithy when that's built. Not entirely sure what I want the smithy to look like yet. It's going to be a fairly large building right there. There's going to be a smithing and a crafting side, and probably central storage. And I'm not sure if I want it to be all under one roof, or if I want to do 3 roofs with open courtyards between them. I'm kind of thinking 3 roofs because that'll keep it from being just a huge, ugly-looking building from the outside. It'll make it more visually interesting. Where there's a center wall that has chests on both sides for storage for all the crafting materials, and then that has like a little lean-to roofs on top of it to protect the chests. And then there's a smithing area on the one side and a crafting area on the other with their own individual roofed areas. That's the current plan. Plans are, of course, always subject to change. No, I don't like that. It's too close together. Something like this, maybe. But even this isn't really perfect. Because one place where I do know I want to put beams is around the bottom. That's got to be done to tie the whole thing together. A little more. This view is seriously triggering your fear of heights. Thankfully, while I do have a fear of heights, it only applies really to the real world. Otherwise, yeah, we might have some trouble here. Okay. But anyway, hello, Sealuff. Welcome here. This construction project is lacking the necessary safety railings. Thankfully, OSHA doesn't exist in this universe. So I can be as unsafe as my heart desires. Try and repair any rain damage while I'm over here. I'm thinking about it. The problem is the windows on this side are a different height than the windows on the other side. So some of the places where I really want to run beams won't work because of that. So I don't know if we can do beams that would look okay. Ugh. Also, that can be made smaller so it matches the rest of the windows and isn't just randomly large for no reason. Oh, I missed. Okay. Well, that's one way to get around to the other side of the scaffolding. My food. Okay. Yeah, let's take the definitely safe stairs. Get our stuff. We should probably name those the Stairs of Screaming Death because that's what they're likely to result in. Okay. We can at least give these a bit of edge treatment so they look less hideous. out of tar. At least in my inventory. Yeah, we gotta remove that. Cross piece there. Okay. The windows don't look half bad when they're decorated up like that. I think I have more tar down below. I don't know if I'd call that screaming. Okay. Around here somewhere is a chest with some tar in it. Inventory order's all messed up. Okay, there we go. Okay. Back up we go. I should have took the infinitely safer teleporter. That is, after all, why we built the teleporter. It reduces the risk of falling death by roughly 100%. I think maybe we'll just leave it like this for now. It's a lot more... has a lot more character than it did originally. Now... give that a bit of support so it looks less like it's just dangling out in the middle of nowhere. I should probably do every place where we have a what do I call it? Damn it, it's not straight. Okay. Are there any more obvious spots that really need support. Yeah, right here. Okay. Beautiful. All right. There's more supports closer to the ground for a couple of reasons. One, they were easier to build closer to the ground. And two, you're more likely to see the ones that are close to the ground. Unless you're just staring up in the air going, does that look fully supported to you? But anyway. Speaking of which, that is my current activity. It looks pretty supported. It doesn't look quite as rickety as it maybe used to, but it still looks a little bit interesting. That staircase is not supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to have a bit of character. Looks like a death trap. A little bit, perhaps. What I really should do to improve that house is cut everything off from like here down as far as walls, or at least the outer walls, and make it look more like it's scaffolding that just happens to have stairs built around it, leading up into the main body of the house. But then I think that would make this scaffolding section too long and make it outlive its welcome. So what might be better is if I removed some of this outer bit. Like if the stairs were inset and I had like balconies running up the backside, that would look way better. The problem is I can't really inset the stairs, I don't think. At least not without major reconstruction that I don't want to do. But that's really what I should have done, is I should have built the stairs in closer to the rock and then put balconies up the back just to give it more, I don't know, more character. Make it look more like there's stuff going on those levels. Also, it really needs like a big window right there in the back. Not really like a huge one, but a nice little window. Oh well. I hereby declare that a future Milo problem. And the Lox pens are a current Milo problem now. I hear little shits. Nope. It's little shit versus bear. Who will win? Currently it looks like bear is losing. Here, leave that bear alone. I want its body parts for myself. Get your bear ass back here. Yeah, where do you think you're going? We now have some bear bits. Oh, damn it, my inventory's full. We don't need coal. We have literal tons of it. Alright, so, I think I'm gonna move the Lox to this island. Which means we need to spawn protect this island so it isn't being constantly attacked. And I probably don't want to cover the whole island with Lox. Oh, you're a wild Lox, aren't you? Yeah. So I probably want to start... I do want to wall this in. So I want to run a wall along the river here. Also, we need to cut the end off this island till like back to here somewhere. Like that. And while I'm at it, yeah, I don't know. Of course, my inventory is full. Alright, let's go clean my inventory up some. Got a portal amulet on Island 81. Well, I think that the remainder of your run is going to be even more broken than it already was. Alright, we need to start utilizing these chests. Raw meat goes in here. Not surprisingly. We'll put leather in the chest above it. Honestly, leather does not belong here, but it can go there for now. Until we have a better place to store it, namely the crafting center over there somewhere. Building materials, on the other hand, go in here. Okay, let's go repair our tools. Okay. If I were to upgrade my repair hammer, it gets double the durability. Okay. I probably should have done that a long time ago. Let's grab a little stack of... I'm going to repair the repair hammer to as far as I can while still letting it be repaired by a level 1 workbench. So let's go back to the good crafting bench. Okay, upgrade hammer. Repair station level is 1. Repair station level 1. Okay, we can't upgrade the hammer anymore, but now it has 300 durability instead of... Okay. So you can't upgrade the hammer to the point where you can't... Also, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade the hoe while I'm at it. There's no reason not to. Okay. I don't want to upgrade any of my other metal tools because I want to upgrade to better metal tools first. But the basic tools, I should have upgraded them a long time ago because they're cheap to upgrade. I just never thought of it when I was close to a workbench. Alright, so the cultivator I could have upgraded, I suppose. If I had any bronze, which I don't believe I do. Alright. So, we want to cover that island with workbenches, which means I need to figure out how many, where, and what kind. Actually, before I do that, let's grab the cloudberries from over here. And let's get taming that Lox so we can get him out of the way the easy way. There you go, fat ass. Okay. Now, we do have a workbench over there. So if I get one like right here, we don't really need one over here though. So I do want to be careful while where I put the workbenches so the damn Lox don't step on them. Let's see how many we'd need to cover this end of the island. Hello, troll. Well. Okay. So workbench right here covers most of this end of the island completely. Up to about here-ish. So that tree is just included in the edge of it. So I'll put another one about there. Hey you. Stop that. And another one over here. About 3 should do it. That bastard flattened some of our trees. Okay, anyway. I don't know why he's rampaging around on that damn island now. Calm down, you piece of shit. I hate Lox. I want a convenient source of Lox meat, but I still hate Lox. I think we're going to flatten part of the top of that island or something, or the back side of the island maybe, and turn it into a Lox pen. Which means I really need to kill that Lox and get it out of the way. Thought I heard some little shit making a mess down here. Stop it! Honestly. Come on. Well, those weren't very damaged anyway, so I'm not going to do the where's the workbench edge dance. These guys have got to be moved, though. I'm tired of them destroying my stuff. Okay. Yeah, let's go get rid of that Lox on that island. It would have been more convenient to tame him, but I just need him gone. Whether we lure him away or just murder his ass, I don't really care. He's just gotta go. Where even is he, though? He's down there. Okay. Now, if I cut this down on that side and put in a retaining wall from like here-ish along this ridge line as one side of the Lox pen, and then build a wall across here and over to this way and end it by this rock somewhere. The bastards will probably beat the shit out of the rock and destroy it, so we can't use the rock as part of the pen. And we can't really use this because it's too shallow and they can get through it easily. But I do kind of want a nice flat pen. I don't want to use this side of the island though, because it's nice and I like the way it looks. Which means maybe I don't want to use this island after all. But upon further consideration, this island is, I like the way it is. I don't want to mess it up by putting the Lox pen there. So maybe we'll have to pen the Loxes back here somewhere. Like over there is in many ways a good spot for the Lox pen, gets out of the way, but it's a much better spot for other things is the real problem. Okay, that leads us to really the only other spot for the Lox pen. Looks like the onions are ready. I should replant all that stuff. We'll do it here in a second. It's too foggy to see shit. But like out here might be an okay spot for the Lox pen. It's relatively flat. We can make it flatter quickly. We can put in a nice stone-walled pen. It doesn't have to be very large because we don't want too many logs. Okay. Let's go clear up all this barley that's planted in the wrong spot. And then I think the rest of this barley is planted exactly where it should be. So we'll worry about that later, considering that for now we have considerable stacks of barley. This flax is planted more or less where it should be. Okay. Alright, now we can just harvest as fast as we want. And do. Okay. Flax fields planted. We even have a little bit of flax left over. Actually, quite a lot of flax left over. Now, let's replant the onions as carrots. Although since we don't have any carrots, it won't actually happen. It's just a way of saying I want to harvest the onions without replanting. Without me having to remember which hotkey does that. Which I think it's F6. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Oops. Wait, did it pull carrots out of the damn chests nearby? Yes, it did. Okay. Well, I know I don't have any turnip seeds around, so that'll work instead. Okay. Now, seed onions. We're going to plant as many of these as we can. Okay. And the hoe broke, so let's go repair it. Alright. I'm going to probably want to trim a couple of these off the end later, but... Needs an open sky. Why does this tile need an open sky, but that one and that one don't? Whatever. Okay. So there's our current onion field. Not entirely happy with it. I'd like to plant one right there, one right there. That one should go, that one should go, that one should go, probably. That one should probably go. But I can do that trimming when these are grown up. These extraneous carrots there should probably go. What do we have in the seed chest? Ton of carrot seeds, okay. We don't need to plant more carrots just right away. Wait, flax is not going in the barley chest. Matter of fact, let's go fill this spinning wheel up with the flax we have. Requires a roof. Damn it. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to put that elsewhere then. Don't really want to put it over here. But this is probably where it should go. I could stick it over here. But I don't want it there because of the portal right there. I don't really want to put a roof on this. But also... Okay. Now. That'll work. Yeah. Not terribly fond of it, but it'll work. We can improve it later as well, too. Okay, turnips. This is mostly planted the way it should be. Except I want to trim this edge back some. So we don't have turnips growing out in the grass. And I think that's about it. Okay. Now, it looks like seed turnips are planted just as close together as normal turnips. Yeah. Gotta be real careful with replanting these because we don't have a whole lot of buffer. It's not like seeds where you get 3 times the amount back, roughly. We're getting 1 turnip per turnip planted. Unless we get a double, which is always nice. We're up to 19. Yeah, see, that was risky and dumb. We didn't replant all of those. For reasons that aren't fully clear, actually, because it should have replanted more than it did. Oh well. Guess we'll just do it the slow way for now. Okay, how many are we up to? 31. As long as we're careful. Don't replant huge areas. Hopefully we'll have enough turnips after this that we can fill in some of these edge holes in the backside. And after a crop or two of seeds, then we'll finally have enough buffer that we'll be able to replant much more quickly next time. Okay. That'll do. That little gap in. All right. That looks about right. Turnip field replanted. In full, I believe. Let's go sleep, then we'll come back down, we'll repair our tools. And let's see, what's the next crop that we need to worry about? I think that's all of them replanted now. And we definitely should have enough materials to build whatever armor and weapons we might want to build. With all the flax modifications. Onions, flax, barley, all this stuff's planted. Okay. What's this got left to process? Not that much, really. Okay, we got a decent amount of flax. Let's go chop this off. Also, let's add some barley to the mill. Okay. Now, turnips away where they belong. Lovely. I am going to go ahead and replant these carrots. Because we might as well get some carrots in stock. Okay, there was more there than I thought. Clearly I should have grabbed more carrot seeds. Alright. That should do it. Now, we will need to replant seed carrots eventually. Those carrots need to go. Okay, barley's grown again already. Really? Okay. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. Now, let's grab our linen thread and let's grab as much black metal and iron as we can. I do still have stocks of black metal, right? A little bit. I don't have enough black metal to actually make anything. Okay. Alright, we need to get the more advanced forges up and running then. First, let's get the damn locks out of the way. Okay, I don't want to mess with that island. We're going to leave that island alone. That means the only place we really have left for Lox farming is over here. Which... okay, that's workable. We can do that. I need a workbench over there. I need a workbench. There were two of them. Damn it. grab a little bit of wood. I think I was running low on that anyway. I do have some in one of these chests, don't I? No, I don't. Okay, well then we won't grab a little bit of wood. We'll get my stuff back and then we'll think about getting more wood. Hey, you. Go ahead and make an attack run. There. Skier problem solved. Okay. We will hide a workbench out here, I think. Where are the edges of those again? Here. And there. Yeah, so the workbench edge needs to run to at least there. Which means if you hide underneath this rock, it should work. Or against this rock. Alright, we need to go get more wood. More wood is required. Also gonna get rid of some of this other shit in my inventory that I don't need and don't have storage for here yet. Alright, we're actually running a little low on wood in that chest, so let's grab some wood from the pile. That should be fine. Okay. Now, trying to get underneath this rock to build a workbench. The water level is like right here. So it's not really gonna work. So I think what we're gonna do instead is gonna see if I can cut a little nook right here. Into the side of the rock a little bit. Without actually removing much of the rock. Or at least without moving much of the outside of the rock. Okay. And the cultivator broke, but you get the idea. We literally hollowed the rock out and built a workbench inside of it. And it worked amazingly well. Okay, this still marks more or less the edge, though, of where we have spawn protected. So there's a little bit right here that's not spawn protected. Which means we're going to need another workbench. Right about here-ish. There is a little gap in here that's not spawn protected still. Moving that to there will solve it. Okay. So if we flatten out a little space from down by the water over to here somewhere and run a fence from the ocean here-ish that away toward the rock, not quite all the way to the rock, turn this way over to here to the water. We should have a reasonable little Lox pen. I will have to do something to protect this and hide it. And the same for that one. And we'll likely want to put some hidden ones farther out. Like we can get one right there. And then boom. It's hidden in the trees, no one will ever see it. You won't have to do anything to hide that one properly. Yeah, there's tons of overlap here. Okay. This is the only one that actually would need to be hidden. Okay. There we go. Of course, I run out of stone. Let's go grab a little bit. Okay. And while we're up here grabbing things, let's go repair the cultivator. Alright. Man, the instant portals mod is one of the best things ever. They're not actually instant, but they're close enough. If the area is already loaded, at least. Okay. Beautiful. Fully concealed. It's like it was never there. We can't do that in the middle of a Lox pen because the Lox will crush the shit out of it, but... Okay. Lovely. Let's see, where was the one I put over here? It's right in these trees. Yes, there it is. Okay. So if we dig underneath this stone and put one here... Okay. Yeah. No! Damn it. Blew a big hole in the roof of it. That's exactly what I didn't want to happen. Well, we might end up just removing that rock now, because... Unless I can figure out a good way to disguise that hole. Anyway, it's getting dark. I need to put some lights up here. Okay. Now. I could maybe... Okay, let's try to hollow this rock out. Without making any more giant holes in it. Which we appear to be having limited success with. Well, if you make giant holes in a rock, the next step is to make it look intentional. So let's just dump a temporary workbench here so I can mess with the ground height. Listen here, Buster. We don't need your kind around here. All right. Now, I'd kind of like to pave the ground in there, but we can't do that without bringing out a stone cutter, and I don't feel like doing that. Alright. We've got pretty good overlap in this area. There's a little gap right here that's not covered by anything, but that's easy fix. Oh, come on. There we go. No! Damn it! It was perfect! Okay, let's try this again. Okay, now. Got our little rock cave dug out there. We can just leave it alone. It's kind of cool. It wouldn't be as cool as just leaving the rock alone normally, but alas, that rock didn't want to cooperate. Okay, that one and that one need to be hidden still, but that's just a matter of where we build the fences and that kind of stuff. But this area out here should be enemy free. So, let's level out our Lox pen. I choose this to be the height of the terrain, which means anything too high has got to be cut down. Boom. Let's go ahead and put in a leveling bar. I can see how far to cut it down to. Don't want this Lox pen to be too large, because if it's too large, then, well, we're not going to keep that many logs. Most of the time you only really want to keep 2. So that'd waste a bunch of space for no reason. But on the same time, it can't be too small. So it's got to be the right size. In other words, I'm going to keep flattening area until I think it looks good enough. Okay. And then of course we need to lay out a little road to get down here. If we do flatten a little too much space, then oh no, we'll just lay some grass. Not really an issue. So ideally we would make it a little bit larger than I actually want the fence to be, and that way I have some flexibility when placing the fence. Okay. This little hill here where this workbench is on, it's got to go. Cut this all down to more or less water level. And we broke the pickaxe. Okay. Now where am I going to run the path? Probably right through here. full up on inventory space. Oh, pick up a black metal. Problem solved. Now, this is going to be short enough to the ground that it's going to be really hard to hide a workbench underground here. So I'll probably just have to do something funny with the walls. See what I can arrange. Alright. We're not actually building the fence all the way out to there, but it'll look a little bit less uneven. Of course, in real life, you would never want to put valuable livestock right on the beach like this. That would be asking for storm trouble. Same reasons you'd never actually want to build on the beach either. Not anything substantial or permanent anyway. Okay. Okay. It's turning out fairly nice. I think that's about the back extent of where we want to build. And then we'll cut this way a little farther. I think we're just about far enough this direction as well. Alright. That looks about Lox pen sized. Let's go ahead and get our stuff repaired. Then we'll sleep for the night. We really need to do something about them too. Put more workbenches out that way until such time as I'm ready to build the wall. Alright, something like this is going to be the path to the Lox pen. I'm going to go ahead and cut down this sharp edge here. So we can smooth it a little bit in preparation for building the walls of the Lox pen, which I am just going to build with wooden fence for now. I kind of wanted to do a stone Lox pen, but also don't want to take the time it would take to build the stone Lox pen. I want to get the bastards down here so I can start building the proper what do you call it? So I can start building the smithy. All right. Now, I definitely do not have enough wood for this, but now. Right about here somewhere is where I want to put that. Bench. Will that cover the area needed to cover? I believe it will. Okay. I'm out of wood. Okay. Now, I'm hoping the grass will cover this up enough that it'll be invisible. And I believe it does, kind of, actually. Nice. It's still a bit more visible than I would really like, but... Alright, let's go get some more wood. I should move this that way. And what are you doing over here? Where I specifically have a ton of anti-fulling protections. Okay, maybe I don't have quite perfect anti-fulling protections. Oh, fun. There's a big old section right here that has no workbench. Okay. Oof. Looks like I need to dig a trench like right here. I need wood to put a workbench in it. Do I have any wood in these chests anymore? No, I don't. Okay, back to the old base we go, I guess. I have bits of dead fulling on me. Can't teleport. Back we go. I will need a bit of stone. Covering up pits with. Okay. Ah! I knew I was playing with fire there, but I was hoping I'd get away with it. Alright. I think that'll do it. What do you mean there's a workbench there? Hello, Treebeard. Welcome here. Okay, there's still a dead section here in the middle. Well, like, there's really not a whole lot I can do about that one. I could move this workbench in a little maybe, but it's like right here. It's not far away at all. We've got quite a lot of overlapping workbenchage, except just a little bit right here. If I could put a workbench underneath this, I absolutely would, but there is no way. Like, that workbench isn't too far away from that wall, so we can't really move it out any farther. Yeah, I know. Oh well. I think we'll have to live with it. Tiny patch right here. The littlest patch possible of no workbench. Hopefully creatures can't spawn there. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and pretty the area up a little bit. Alright. Now to get the Loxes into this dumb place, we will be removing some walls to make a nice big Lox hole. And I need to go get some top quality stamina food and the, what are we gonna call it? Yeah. How am I gonna replant this? I need onions to replant this, or onion seeds to replant this at least. Okay, yeah, we need to replant this field to onion. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to manually pick that. That gives us 40 onion seeds. And then if we tell this to plant onions, because I do like the pattern we have here and I want to maintain it. This should give us enough onion seeds to plant the whole field to onions. And then when we come back the next round, we can... Yeah. You, onions. I believe we've had this conversation before. And while I don't completely disagree with you, neither do I completely agree. Okay, well we're going to plant these here. Oh, that's right. The spacing is weird for onions because they need more room as seeds than they do as actual onions. Okay, well we've got enough onion seeds to replant a few times. Now, carrots. How many carrot seeds do we have? Not very many. Which means I really need to replant these as seed carrots. They're not quite done growing though. The turnips need to be replanted as turnips. I don't have any turnip seeds to do that with. Let's go back to the original base and grab all of our seeds. I might have grabbed a bunch of them already, but we've got at least a few turnip seeds that'll help us get started. Onion seeds we don't need here. Carrot seeds we might as well take. Okay, just give me the onion seeds too. There's no point leaving them here. Okay. Now, up we go. Okay. I think it's a little bit foggy. Now, we need to replant these turnip seeds as turnips. And the first few we're going to pick by hand till we have enough seeds to do them more quickly. which that should actually do it. I do have to admit, there is no faster way to ruin a nice box of hamburger helper than to add gigantic slices of half raw onion. Alright, I believe we may have a few turnip seeds now. Oh, unfortunately, as far as I can tell, I'm the only person in my family who thinks that. Which is a very sad state of affairs, if you ask me. Alright. The carrot plantation needs to be replanted to seed carrots. Boom. I really have no idea how many plants are in each of these fields, which is actually a bit of a problem because then I have no idea how many seeds I need available to do a replanting. Oh well. Alright. Barley. We have a ton of, but we might as well get more. I didn't build that storage area for nothing. I'd really hate to try to farm without the replant mod. Let's say you painstakingly took the time to plant a field of crops without any kind of grid or anything. You just have to place them as best you can. And then, let's see, flax. After you spent all that time painstakingly and slowly, damn it. Okay, as I was saying, spent all that time painstakingly and slowly planting the individual plants. only to, when it comes time to harvest them, just have to replant them. Painstakingly, manually, one by one. And harvest them one by one as well. You definitely would not build very large fields, let's put it that way. Okay. Of course, ultimately, a lot of these crops are going to be purely decorative. It won't take long at all once the fields are fully planted before we have effectively infinite resources. And at that point, there will be no purpose to growing more, except because the fields look cool. Like, honestly, we're kind of already at that point with most of these crops. Okay, now, like, we really don't need to grow any more barley. Speaking of which, did this have... No. Okay. Let's go fill the windmill up. Then need some good stamina food and an abyssal harpoon, which I will go grab. Let's see, abyssal harpoon. We'll take the heart of the forest. And we'll take the special arrows. Not the obsolete ones, though. This stuff can go into this equipment chest at the new base. And we should start moving food out of the old base to the new one. Meat ingredients. Stuff like that. After all, it'll never properly become the new base if we have to keep running back for materials all the time. Okay. Let's go get the cloudberries and stuff, bring them back. Bear meat. No, wait. I forgot how heavy that stuff was. Wolf meat. Lox meat. Other meat. Necktail. Blueberries. Okay, I guess we'll have to make a trip of the mushrooms and stuff later. Okay. Now, let's go put some of this equipment away where it belongs. Okay. Now, let's go repair our tools. They're looking a little worn, actually. And then we'll make another trip for the mushrooms and stuff if we can grab them. Yeah, wrong portal. This place is like a million portals scattered all over the place. It doesn't really, but it kind of feels like it. And a lot of them go from place to place inside the base, and it's only going to have more of them as time goes on. Alright. Ooh, I forgot all about this stuff. Okay. We'll worry about that later. That gets a lot of the mushrooms and the cloudberries. Now, the cloudberries can go in with the other berries. And then you get to be mushrooms. Oh wait, we already have a berry chest. Well, it's not berries anymore. Okay. Let's go grab some mushrooms. And then we'll likely have to make several trips to bring all of the sea serpent meat. Yeah. It's very heavy. I could put it in the raw meat chest, but we'll probably make a fish chest to go with it. Maybe I'll move some stuff around to make the organization more logical. So currently we have leather here, which leather does not belong here. It was put there purely because I was too lazy to go haul to where it actually was supposed to go. Which for now is back at the original base. Once we have the new crafting center built, then we'll haul all of the crafting materials here. Which is going to take a while. I'm definitely going to have to empty my inventory out and haul them one little batch at a time. Oh yeah, that's right. We used up the last of our deer hide. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see if we can haul the rest of that sea serpent. Barely, yes. What about mushrooms? Okay. Sea serpent mushrooms, that's a full load. So we've almost emptied the kitchen out. One thing that the new kitchen is missing is brewing facilities. So we are going to have to build a little brewery shack somewhere. Which I might just put under the eaves somewhere. Okay. Now, from here, let's go haul some more stuff. In here. All right. them. Got another 30 some minutes on the onions, looks like. Okay, then around the corner. We have swamp stuff. We have a bit more honey to haul. We have some normal, just crop stuff. We have some cooked meat and our fishing gear and other equipment. That looks like largely all of it. Okay, we'll leave the fishing gear behind for now. Okay, we do have a few onions we can put in the onion chest. And then the cooked meat. We'll put in... We'll change this from raw meat to just meat. Oops. And we will put the cooked meat in here alongside the raw stuff. Okay. That'll do. I believe that is nearly all, if not all, of the food. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make some onion soup, because we need the stamina. And some sausages. We're going to have to tame some boars somewhere and get some boars over here too. Not sure where the boar pens are going to go. Probably down there too, somewhere. That sounds like a future Milo problem. I likely won't build any boar pens here until I have a 2-star boar, though. I need wood. I left all of it back at the old base, I think. Have I seen Invincible? Nope. I do not generally watch much of anything, really, except YouTube occasionally. Certainly not anime. Probably the only TV show that I have actually watched all of. Actually, I can say with a pretty high degree of certainty that the only TV show that I've ever watched all of is Stargate SG-1. All right. Now, you two are going to have to make some distance, because I only need one of you at a time. We wait until the Lox calms. Which will be any year now. There we go. Alright, buddy, you're coming with me. I wish this was easier. Was a little bit weird. We were being pushed by the Lox. At the same time, it was straining the lead because I guess we were too far away from the center of the Lox's mass, which I assume is where the lead attaches. Alright. Good night, Colo. The Lox has been released. Run for your lives. Well, the movement of the first Lox was relatively painless. That means the second Lox is going to be our absolute bastard. That's how that works, right? Okay. You, sir, are coming with me. course this one wants to run. The messages about gaining farming level and picking up items from farming are still ticking over from when we were replanting the fields a while ago. Oh well. Once this bastard's drug over there, we'll put some cloudberries in the pen and A, so they'll heal, and B, so we can get more lox meat we totally don't need. Actually, more so we can get extra spare lox in case of problems. Spare lox are always a good thing to have. No! Damn it. Do not. Okay, yeah, you can go this way. No. Get your fat Lox ass back here. Trying to push you is giving me a nightmare. Alright. Calm down, you big piece of shit. There we go. Got lucky that time. All right. That'll work. Except I want it facing the other way. That won't work. That'll work. Alright, let's go harvest the cloudberries over there in the hill. That should be enough to get a decent Lox population going. Speaking of a decent Lox population, I don't remember if those two are wild or not. And that one has berries near him, so he might have tamed by now. Are you a tame Lox? No, you are not. Okay, so apparently he just didn't go over. There's a little shit out there on the island. I probably should make this island protected. Get back here. All right. Now, wild box over there is perfectly fine. I'm not going to expend effort to try taming. Got another 20 minutes or so on the onions. That's good. Can harvest those in a bit. Meanwhile, let's go repair our tools. And let's go ditch our extra metal. And then go repair our tools. Okay. Oh, the abyssal harpoon requires a higher level workbench to repair. That's fine. We won't repair it then. It'll just go straight into the storage chest upstairs. Alright. With the Lox finally moved, we can go tear down the old Lox pen and we can start building the smithy. Those little bastards. They're beating up my smithing setup. Where'd they go? Apparently, in the time it took to pop through the teleporter, they're gone. Maybe the act of teleporting despawns them automatically? Alright. So, we are going to build the smithy and the crafting center here. How do I want to get started on this? I need to get a stone cutter over closer to the area. The nearest stone cutter is right underneath us right here. And that's a little too far away. So let's grab a little bit of iron. Where's that? Let me guess, I need 4 iron, not 2 iron. No, I need 4 stone that I didn't bring. Oops. Okay. Now, just place a random stone cutter right there. And we'll need a forge. We don't have the copper for it. We'll move the forge from over there over to here eventually. So for now, we're just not going to worry about it. But the stone cutter, so we can lay out a stone foundation, is necessary. Okay. Gotta trim the grass back a little bit. These trees are probably going to go, but I will try to preserve them for no other reason than that they might look cool. And we're out of stone. Okay. How much area do I want to pave exactly? 6 deep might be fine. Probably would be fine, actually. Six by 12. We might have to get rid of this tree, which wouldn't be that big of a deal. Because, yeah, the corner would be like right where the tree is. And then we can have a little bit of extra stone around the building. I might go one more out this way, so we have to do 7 by 12. That would make it easier to give a couple blocks of extra space on each side. And if I have to, I can move out this way more without creating too big of a problem. So we got plenty of room to build in. Yeah. Okay. Just get rid of some of this crap in our inventory. We really do not have enough stone to build this place. It's going to be stone foundation, and then we're probably going to do the same kind of stone pillars with wood walls approach that we used for the kitchen. Because that looks cool and I liked it. has got to go. Okay. Got to divot this up a little bit so that it is we don't have dirt sticking up through the edges of the stone. Okay. We do need to keep this nice along the edges, though. I foresee another trip to the mountains to mine more stone in our near future. Oh well. Okay. Now, did I have any more stone down here, or is that all of it? That was all of it. Yep. Alright. It's stone mining time! Yay! Now, how to get out of this giant pit? I think over there is the route out. If I manage to fall into this pit and die, I'll be very sad, because getting back here is going to be exciting. Okay. It'll honestly probably be faster to dig out that stone on the edge of the pit. Hopefully this one doesn't go too far into the ground. Looks like this might be the bottom extent of it. Bastard drakes. There, get wrecked. Gotta stay fooded up because I can hear wolves, and I do need to go wolf hunting as well. To be completely clear, I am low on dead wolf bits, which apparently we need to make some of the best foods that we have available to us right now. And by the time we're done here, we're going to quarry away half this mountain. And pickaxe broke. Okay. Careful here, we don't want to run off that edge. That would be a rather sad trip to the bottom. Okay. Temporary forge. Looks like the sun's getting kind of low. Alrighty. Could you bastards go away? I need to do some serious anti-spawn stuff along this arc of the base. There's nothing up here preventing them from just doing whatever they want over there. Ow. Just run off the edge like an idiot. There's several other large rocks in the area. Which we will, of course, probably end up quarrying eventually. The appetite for stone is insatiable. First wolf customer. Free delivery of assorted ready-to-use wolf body parts. Be sneakier than that, buddy. careful over here because we're right at the edge. And if we walked too far in the wrong direction, funny things could happen. Alright, pickaxe broke. Back we go. Wrong portal. Right portal. I think we've actually almost got this dug out. Yeah, look at that. Just a little bit more over here. Cut this corner out a little bit more. Oh, come on. There it is. It's supported by the other damn rock. Really? I don't want to dig out the whole other rock. Well, we're gonna need the stone anyway, I guess. dig over underneath here. This one might go down into the ground quite a ways. I don't think it goes any farther than this, though. Okay. I know it doesn't really fit the theme of the game. But imagine how much more fun this would be if you could dig tunnels and stuff. Games with building systems are always made inherently better by being allowed to dig tunnels. Kind of like Timberborn. For the longest time, you could not dig a tunnel in Timberborn. You could not build a tunnel in Timberborn. There was no way to do anything of the sort. You could build paths on top of each other by using bridges, basically. You could build buildings on top of paths. You could build buildings on top of buildings. But you couldn't run water over top of other water. Water had to be built on top of a solid support that went all the way to the lowest level of the ground. Because the way water was implemented in the game, it was a phenomenon that happened at the at ground level. Although certain solid blocks could be built on top of ground that would support water on top of them, like levees. But it was still very limited. And that was fine, mostly. The water system ran quickly because the calculations to determine where the water should be were simple. So it was basically just a 2D simulation. However, when eventually they modified it so that water you could float over top of each other and build tunnels and all that stuff. That really improved the game, in my opinion. Did I move the locks? Yep, the locks are moved. And now we're working on building the smithy that goes where the Lox pen used to be. at least gathering the stone to build the smithy that goes where the Lox pen used to be. Okay. I think this rock is ready to break. And I'm not sure how supported this one is. Still a little bit supported. And the pickaxe broke. Okay. Now, we need to haul all of that stone back. It's a lot of stone. Which means we'll likely need to build several chests there to hold it all. Every time we come back, we gotta bring a pile of stone with us and dump it in that chest. It looks like it's getting dark, so let's go ahead and sleep for the night. Why are my carrots all messed up? It must be that they, doesn't really make any sense though. Okay, we really need to replant these onions. We need to redo those carrots. We'll haul all the stone back and then we'll take care of that. The flax and the barley we don't need more of, but the carrots, onions we definitely do. Also, the what are you gonna call them? Basically everything except flax and barley. I need to put more anti-spawn stuff out this way. Okay. Yep. Okay. Oh, there's just a ton of stone down the bottom, too. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Oh, well. Did that fill this whole thing? Yes, it did. Okay. Get your little fooling ass back here. There. Now. Yeah, the Lox pens are now down over there by the shore. I should go check on the Lox, see how they're doing. Well, there's at least one baby Lox. There's food right there, you dumbasses. Turn around and go get it. Whatever. Okay, do I have onion seeds? I do. More onion seeds than you could possibly ever use. Except I'm going to put the lie to that right now. I don't actually want to plant more onions right now because the onions are spaced differently than the onion seeds, and so we need to use the more generous onion seed placement instead of the tighter onion placement if I want to be able to plant either crop in this field without failures. I wonder if that's what happened to the carrots, is that one of them was more space than the other. There's probably about 300 and some onions in there, which is a lot. Okay. Now, turnips. Grab 500 turnip seeds. Find out exactly how many turnips there are in this place. A lot, that's how many. Okay, out of the 500 seeds we've used, we planted 442. So that is roughly how many turnips are planted in our little farm. We may have a couple of turnips. The good news is that does mean we won't have to worry about planting more of those for a while. Okay. No, I didn't want to plant turnips over here. Damn it. Oh well. We've got a few carrot seeds now. Alrighty. With that mess taken care of, I believe we will go ahead and make a little bit of onion soup now that we have sufficient quantities of the ingredients to do so. And then I'll be back to hauling stone. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth we go. And then we're going to have to take at least a couple trips to the bottom, which is not overly safe. Alas. I think one more trip will pick up all the stuff up here. Yeah, oh wait, nope. Yep, okay. We could carry half a stack more if we went down to the bottom, pick some stuff up, but it's not worth. Okay. The quote safe end quote way down is over here. Well, it looks like we grabbed them all in one trip. Hell yeah. Okay. Now, how much stone did we get out of all that? I don't want to go this way. I want to go the other way. That chest is full. That chest is partially full. Okay, we got a bit over 2 chests full, probably. I'm definitely going to leave that portal there so we can come back and mine more stone later. We already have another rock almost dug out. So once we've used up all this, then we can go back and go up again. Notice I did not say if we use up all this. We might not use it all up immediately, but damn it, stop placing it just slightly wrong. Okay. Now, for the smithy area, I'm wondering if I should build a big decorative forge next to the actual forge. Because I could totally do something like that. Take a hearth, place it, put the anvils and stuff next to it, put the actual forge structure beside it, maybe add a couple of extra. Well, I don't think it'll let us put forge bellows pointing at the hearth. And besides, these things are expensive. The actual forge is kind of a sad little structure. It's not particularly impressive at all. Okay, but anyway, the actual building itself. Let's go look at what we did for the kitchen, because I kind of want to use a similar style. Okay. First things first, this part's going to have to be torn out and another stairway going that way is put in. Let's put the corner of the building there. And there. And that'll give us an interior that is 4 blocks. Okay. And then the size of the entryway is going to determine the placement of those. now. That'll go there. Those go there. Boom. Okay. Here we go. The forge. Out of stone. Let's grab a little bit more. Well, this isn't just the forge, it's also going to be the general crafting building. Okay, so this is going to be the entrance. It's going to be left nice and open. I kind of want this to be a relatively tall building. I might go so far as to make it multiple stories, but I don't think so. If I do make it multiple stories, it'll be so that I can put storage on the upper floor or into racks just under the ceiling that are just barely accessible from the ground. The original plan was to have a wall down the middle that had storage on both sides of it, but I don't think I'm going to do that actually. I'll probably actually do storage across the back wall and then have workbenches across the front and in this corner. Storage, the normal workbench over in this corner, storage across the back wall here, forge in this corner is the current plan. Anyway, let's go sleep through the night real quick. Okay. Now, we're going to need to haul a lot more wood in here. But this will do for now. Okay, this is gonna suck a little bit. I need to shove this a half block over, and then that's gonna give me okay, this might not, that pillar positioning might require some clever arrangement to make it work. And in this case, we're going to be similarly having issues. Unless... Okay, that's not actually where that goes, but okay, that's be too far. Okay. I might need to redo some of this pillar spacing. In particular, I might want to have pillars in the middle between each of these. Except obviously this one, which is going to be an arch door. We can do that. The problem is the middle between this one is not going to work. We're going to have to redo this end wall. Layout. And here, I don't know if this middle's going to work either. Just put this out here where nobody's going to care about it. If we shift that to there. The massive overlap between these two, which is going to look horrible, I think will be neatly covered by the pillar in the middle. And no one will ever know. Okay. It's kind of a weird spacing. There's a lot of overlapping, but the overlapping all happens inside the pillars where you can't see it. Which is the entire point of putting those pillars where we're putting them. Because they hide our sins. Okay. Now, there we go. That's correct. Okay, it's a good thing I checked that because that wall is not placed correctly. Oh wait, this wall can't be placed correctly. Not really. Ugh. Well, we can make it work. But it's going to stick out the end like that, so we can't actually do that. Okay. That works. Let's go place this back where it goes. Remove the second story for now until we've got the second story is cool and all, and we'll probably eventually have it, but it makes it harder to see where the walls go, and is therefore detrimental to the current construction. Okay. Now. You go there. Wait. Yes, that is where that went. Okay. And then you get embedded into the other one. Like so. You are split right down the middle. Okay. The unfortunate reality here is that now we're left with a chunk up the middle where you'll be able to see daylight around that pillar. So what we have to do here in the middle is place half-width blocks. In order to ensure that there won't be any weird bits of daylight visible. Can you snap into place? Okay. And these are both embedded a half block into that corner, which you can see over here, which is very important. Okay. And over here, this needs to be left as a doorway, so that wall goes in a little differently than the other one. Now, wait. Yeah, this one goes in the center. And this one goes here. That one goes there. And this one goes in the center. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now, I'd like a fancier arch. I'm wondering if I can embed some wood pieces in it to make it look a little cooler. Or just straight up remove the stone pieces and replace them with wood. Let's go get some tar. Okay. I'll bring that half a block down, I think. Like so. And then if I snap this into there, it looks a little ugly. Ah, wrong thing deleted. Okay. And then we need some vertical posts. Clipped onto there. What would happen if we were to put another beam in there? I'd really like that to be a quarter block down, but I've not figured out a way to make a quarter block adjustment and elevation work. No, that doesn't really do what I want it to do. Okay, let's try something a little different. I'm still not giving up on that idea yet. No, it's starting to get too low, and then we got weird looks. Okay. That's a little better. It does look kind of cool. I would definitely need to do something to disguise those corners, though. Which might lead to more banner shenanigans like we did over here. I don't really think that these are adding enough to be worth the problems they bring, though. Come on. Stamina's such an annoying system for no good reason. Okay, but do I want a ring of stone around it like that? I kind of do. Yeah, we better go sleep for the night. I could make that archway look much nicer if it was a little bit narrower, but I'm not going to make it narrower just so I can make it look nicer. Unless, if I shift each side in by half a block, that would give me a 3 wide arch, centered perfectly, or you know, a 1.5 wide arch, whatever. Centered over a 2 wide. Okay. Um, no. Okay. Lovely. That gets us a much nicer arch shape in there. And then I think I'm going to use some wood to detail a little bit. Actually, no, we can't do that. Like, the best possible looking arch is exactly 1 block wide, with the bases of the arch pieces embedded half a block into the stone walls on either side, and then overlapping by half a block in the middle. Because the stone arch piece they give you is, you know, it looks like ass, let's put it that way. Okay, actually, if I were to snap that in place, it does hide some of its decoration, and it does make the arch a little narrower. That'll give us a little bit more room for adjustment. Ooh, wait, if I put that angled, ooh, that looks cool. Okay. And unfortunately, now I can't get the supporting piece out of there. Put that in straight. Put that in angled. Delete those. Okay, that provides a neat little bit of finishing touch to it that it sorely needed. Okay. That helps improve it a little. And then if I take this piece and we run it all the way around the building like that as trim, that will look cool as hell, I think. And we can do it inside and outside. Alright, but first we have to finish these walls. So, Okay. Okay. That's about right. And we're out of wood. Like out of wood. So we gotta go back to the old base and grab some. And while we're here and right beside it, we might as well repair our hammer. Okay. Beautiful. There, and you go there. Lovely. It all falls together quite nicely. And this wall is trivial because it doesn't have to be as even as the other one due to not actually being a complete wall all the way across the back. Also, there's a gap between those, and I don't like that. Why is it doing that? It really should. Whatever. We'll see how it looks when we get the pillars in. If it's a big problem once the pillars are in, then we'll have to do something about it. All right. Beautiful. Pillars are done. Now, hopefully this all works out. It doesn't look like ass. Well, the chances of that are actually probably not that low. Okay, actually no, it'll work out. It'll work out beautifully. I believe. Everything is sized. All right. That piece that wasn't properly holding up. Anyway, we're gonna go through and wait. Are we missing a pillar? No. This is the center pillar. Yeah. Look ugly if we do that on those. I really should move these in half. Let's see if I can figure out a way to make this work. Remove that. Come on, just snap in where I want you. Snap. Fine, be that way. Okay, we're gonna need to place some wooden framework to make this work. Boom. Okay. That can be very easily covered up with a banner. Or even just decorative woodwork. Which I am kind of planning to run decorative woodwork through here anyway. Stone again. We might maybe finish this building without having to go mine more stone. But it's far from a sure thing. Okay, I kind of like that look actually. That works really well. Even without the clipped stone being hidden, it doesn't look too bad. So we don't necessarily have to do anything to hide it. I would just prefer if I did. Okay. Side walls will do the same thing. Okay, even this narrow little bit right there doesn't look bad that way. Lovely. Okay. Put up guide blocks. Wonder if I should do the same thing here. I think I could. And it would make it look much nicer. Stop vibrating, you piece of shit. There we go. Okay. Oh, milestone again. Yeah, I think we'll finish this building without needing more stone. We're definitely have to go mine more stone for other buildings, though. really like that gap in the middle, but can live with it. And it's night again. All right. Now, no, I don't like the way that looks here. That gap in the middle is too much of a price to pay. This looks much nicer with decorated edges and all that fun stuff. Alright, let's go remove our temporary bits here. Oops. Damn it. That's good. Well, won't be that big of a problem to get back. Okay, now we need to get up on top of that wall so we can run around and pick up all the debris that's left up there. Actually, do I still have the steps I built in here there? Yes, I do. Okay, good. Except now, of course, they're too short. Alright, lovely. I could make this a little bit narrower and use that to visually improve it significantly. I'd have to bring the sides in another half block each. No. Not yet. Maybe later. But not right now. For now, I'm going to run decorative dark wood pieces all the way around the building at this height. And I'm out of wood again. Do I have wood left in the chests? I know I dumped some here earlier. Yes, I do. Okay. I don't actually like the way that looks. It's one block too low, I think. Or a half block too low, rather. Because it's interfering with the visual appearance of the arches when it's supposed to be adding to. So I think we need to move these all half a block up. Which means I need you in the corner. Now, how visible that ring is going to be when the roof goes on is a good question. But for now, it looks very cool and adds a much needed little bit of decorative accent to that part of the structure. Okay. Now. Nah, that would be a little much. Let's see. I could put a pair of darkwood beams on either side of this. Shift up like half a block. Or a whole block even. No, half block would be better. It would still conflict with the other darkwood beam though. It'd be ideal if we could shift it up like a quarter block, but it won't let us do that because I don't know. That's just the way the game works sometimes. And it would hide the middle one, or at least make it not as visible. Which, no thanks. What about... if I did that. That looks kind of cool. And it hides a lot of the uglier bits of the archway while still having a stone archway behind it so you can see that it's there. And I'm out of tar. But we would do something similar on the inside then, I think. And I think when I say I'm out of tar, I really mean I am out of tar. Because I'm pretty sure I've grabbed every source of tar I had. There's none left in those chests. I don't think there's any left back at the old base. Which means we're going to have to go find a tar pit to raid. Well, there's a little tiny bit of tar there. I don't have any other chests, do I? No. Yeah. Fast stacking the tar got me nothing. Okay. There is no tar in the chest, except the little bit I have in my inventory, which is not enough to do much with. We can finish this, and then that's it for the tar. That's a kind of cool looking archway. I like it. I might end up tweaking it some more, but the dark wood and stone go well together. It looks nice. I would kind of like to do another dark wood strip around the inside, but I in no way, shape, or form have enough tar to do that. I don't have enough tar to do the roof even. Well, maybe I should say I don't have enough tar to do the roof, much less do that. Okay. This doesn't really have any windows, which is a bit of a downside. I could remove, like, these pieces. Put some end windows in. That improves the look a little bit. And then we could rearrange these walls a little to make space for windows. Doesn't really need a ton of windows either, though. Edge treatment on the bottom of that. Okay, that looks cool. I like that. So the next thing we're going to have to do is the roof on here, which means we're going to have to put some vertical posts in the corners, and then I'll probably do a 45-degree roof because it's not a very large one. So it'll look cooler this way. These have to be shifted outward. Let's see, remember how to do this. Like that. Yeah, you can't really see that stripe unless you're up close and looking at it, which means I might just take that stripe down and move it inside. Yeah, or I could leave it there and it would just be a cool little detail you can only see when you're up close. Actually, I think I probably do want to leave it. Because it provides a little bit more of a transition between the roof and the wall. And then up here, we would run half walls to hide the inside edge of the roof. And then if I want to put a false ceiling in or anything like that, I can. Technically, I could do that at any point up this wall. So we technically don't even need the half walls. But the half walls are where the roof attaches. But since I don't have the tar to build the roof, we're not going to lay out a huge ton of wood yet. It'll deteriorate. The actual walls themselves should be protected by the stone above them, and so they shouldn't deteriorate. But the stuff built on top of those walls will. Also, I just noticed I have exactly 4 health, which means if I trip and stub my toe, I'll die. Better eat something. Okay, so we got that all built up nicely, and we didn't even have to resort to any shenanigans to hide horrible clipping like we did here. I better harvest these onions because we definitely need more of them. Let's do another round of onion seeds. Okay, that's 400 onion seeds. We're going to replant these as onions. Okay. We replanted 285 onions in this patch. Now, if I tell this to plant seed onions, it should be able to be synced, I believe. No. Well, maybe. No, I don't want to plant any on that hedge. I have changed my mind. Okay. I think that's all the areas I noticed that I wanted to put more. So this field should be fully planted now. It just needs to be synced up all to the same crop. Alright. And this field needs to just be completely harvested and completely redone from scratch, but anyway. I need to get some lights up here other than just the fire. In particular, I think it would look nice if I put some maybe blue lights or something on the balconies. Maybe just normal lights, I don't know. Think about it. Okay. Now, I want to plant that with carrot seeds, I think. Because surely the seed carrot is larger than the normal carrot, if anything is going to be. All right. Got rid of the one extra plant that was in a place I didn't want it. Okay. That should work. We have plenty of turnips. We don't need to harvest any of those right now. We have plenty of onions. The only reason we were still harvesting those is so I could plant the whole plot. Barley, we're fine on probably forever. Okay. Let's make some bread. Now, what else can we make here? Oh, we have plenty of onions to make onion soup. Oh, we need copper so we can make the pots and pans. So we have a high enough level to make the rest of this stuff. We can make fish wraps with cooked fish. 70 health, 4 healing. That's not bad at all. Okay. Oh, I need to add wood to the... Do I have any wood here? I do. Okay. Butcher's table. I thought I already had one of those. No, I don't. Why not? Silver, corewood, ancient bark. I've got all that shit available. I just need to go get some pine wood. Okay. Well, let's not run off while this is baking. Because who knows how long that takes. And then we'll jam a butcher's table in here somewhere, and that'll get us a level. Okay, bread. 23 health, 70 stamina. Ooh, new stamina food. A cheap one, too. Okay. Well. Let's go get fine wood, which I believe I had some over here. And you really need to get centralized storage going finally. But that's what that building is for. Four core wood, 2 ancient bark. Seven silver. That's everything. Okay. And the last thing we need is pots and pans, which... shock, surprise. We don't have the copper for, of all things. Okay, this at least gets us the ability to make a few things that we couldn't make before. Good old wolf skewers, stuff like that. We can't make blood pudding or fish wraps, though. Not until we get some copper. What am I looking for? Stuff I don't have here, that's what. So yeah, next up we need to finish that building. We need tar and we need copper. Copper we can probably get right over here in this bit of black forest if we have to. Tar we have not too far away on the other side of that folding village. I believe there's a tar pit right over there, yeah. It's right over there on the other side of that rock thing. So we should be able to get tar without too much trouble. And of course there's plenty more tar pits that are just a short sail up the coast. Yeah, let's go up top a little ways so we have a good view of everything we built today. The farm is finally filled out with crops. Just waiting for a foaling to come along and destroy half of them for no reason. The beginnings of the crafting hall are in. And we've improved the visual appearance of the house from the outside. Although it's still not perfect. It could definitely use a little more character here and there. I like the top part. I don't like the bottom part. I really like the rest of how the base is coming along, though. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with that tower yet. And we still haven't widened out the turning pond. Plenty of work to do next week. Because it is 10:50. It is high time to wrap things up. Tomorrow is Monday. And that means that we're playing Crab Champions. Tuesday and Wednesday, I do believe we will be doing some more Timberborn, continuing with our little playthrough we started last week. Thursday will be more XCOM. And then Friday will be some EDF. And next Saturday and Sunday, more Valheim probably. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to play Valheim. I do want to finish this base, which is nowhere close to done. Well, I shouldn't say it's nowhere close to done anymore. It's a lot closer to done than it was a while ago, but yeah. There's still a lot we can do to it. And even when it's fully functional, there will still be a lot to do as far as making it look nicer. Or adding nice things to have, like defensive walls and other such bits of excitement. But anyway. Oh. However, as much as I could continue playing Valheim forever and ever amen, slowly building new bases and such like, there are other things I want to play. I did go ahead and buy Windrose today, so we'll have to try that out at some point. It looks interesting. I have to see if I actually like it or not. I did really enjoy Black Flag back in the day. Everything except its story, which I was not terribly enthused about. But the actual sailing around and shooting at stuff was fun, and I wasn't quite tired of old style Assassin's Creed gameplay yet back then. Obviously, Windrose has a very different style of combat, but the ship stuff looks like it might be the same sort of thing. We'll see. Sometime. So what I really need to do is I would need to wind up with Valheim and then move Timberborn over to the weekend slot. And then we'll have the weekday slots available for other things. Try out new games. Things like that. But that won't be for probably a couple more weeks. Yeah. Anyway, is anyone on the old foul list doing anything tonight? Actually, it looks like Noms is playing Windrose. Okay. Noms' stream title is Welcome to Port Kickass. The docking fees are payable entirely in booty. Let's raid Noms. He's a cool guy. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for some good old crabby shenanigans. And I will see you all later. Good night and goodbye.